American 496 to report the river. American 496 to clear bomber and visual room 1 approach 199, so 5. Delta 1618 to set maintain 3000 with a left turn heading 050 report the river. Go 4352 to set maintain 4000, then speed 190.
Hey, what is going on, family, friends, and fellow enthusiasts? It is your boy Leo. Happy New Year to you. 2024 is here, and so are we. We're situated here in my homeboy's hometown, Mr. Rock City Strong. Those of you, y'all know Rock City by now. Not sure if he's in chat, but this is his hometown, paying homage to his land. We'll be departing out of St. Thomas this evening and heading on over to St. Martin. Like I said in the description, you may notice that I've spelled St. Martin differently, and that's because we're going to the north side. The less seen, the less love-given French side of the friendly island. We'll take the SWS PC-12 on over to St. Martin, over into Grand Case Airport. We'll make a quick turn and then depart and head on down to another recommendation by Mr. Greenlight, which is Martinique. That should be a beautiful approach. And then we'll finish up the night with a third leg. Yes, a third leg on back up into the dreaded St. Barts Airport and see if we can't get this thing down in one piece safely. We've done it last year. This time last year, we did it in the Aerosoft Twin Otter. Came flying down the hill. I think we showed a little bit of that clip on the last stream we did, but we came flying down that daggone hill for a nice buttery landing into St. Barts. But I will tell you, I flew every leg of this trip tonight over the last couple of days, and I'm not confident at all at going into St. Barts with this aircraft. This thing is a different beast. It flies really well, but I have zero confidence on getting this thing into St. Barts. So we'll try it. We'll change up a couple of things and we'll see if we can get her down on the ground safely. Mr. Fires is in the house. What's going on, bro? Says we'll meet you in St. Martin. Roger that. Looks like someone got lost at sea. Right. Jizz in the house. What's going on, Jizz? D-Champ's in the house. And none other than my friend, my homie, my brother, Mr. Dre Sanchez has checked in chat with the early bird boarding. So yeah, we'll go ahead and get everything started. Not much really of a flight plan. We're going minimalistic today. We'll be cruising at flight level 210, taking a block fuel of 1123. So we'll go ahead and get fueled up now. Again, the only thing I do not like about the aircraft is that you got to use the default fuel menu. It's a loader. So we said 1123 on the fuel. That's close enough. Payload is looking like it is going to be 1380. So we'll put 1378, close enough. All right, cool. So we're all set here. We'll jump aboard and get everything going here. Welcome aboard, everyone. All right, so we still got the window shades up. We'll just click there and put it away. We'll get the sun visor up as well. Remove the controls lock. We'll get the window open on that side. That's fine. We've got a couple passengers in the back there. A couple of vacation going VIPs. Let me move this over to my other screen here so I can see it a bit better. All right, cool. 748, good luck with that, bro. Good luck with that. All right, so we'll come off of the tunes for right now, and sounds are up. Let's run through our pre-flight checklist right quick. Parking brake is set. Window shades are removed and open. Flight control lock has been removed. Standby bus can come to the on position now. What else we looking at? Nav light can come on. Inertial sep can go open. Nav light will come over here to the inertial separator that can come open. Then we need bat 1 and 2 and then the beacon light. So we'll come up, we'll go, there go Microsoft doing Microsoft things. So bat 1, bat 2 can come on, beacon light can come on as well. EPS can go armed. Where is it at? There we go, EPS armed. And then we'll check and reset the fuel, which is already reading 0, so we're good there. Fuel quantity is checked and reset. Oxygen lever, we'll get that turned on as well. We'll go there and then we'll come oxygen lever on. No smoking signs and seatbelt signs can come on now. And then condition lever is cut off and feathered, and then power control lever, we are idle. Oh, we should be idle. Yeah, we're idle now. All right, so that's pre-flight and before engine start checklist. So what I'm gonna do right quick is I'm gonna just throw in my flight plan before we start up, and we should be able to get that in before we lose power here, draining the batteries.
TOS system test okay.
All right, so we're departing runway 10 here. Load procedure, we'll go departure, runway 10, load. Okay, and then we're going to, wants us to come back to the St. Thomas VOR. So we'll put that in. STT. And then we're looking at Alpha 638, which is going to be airway. Alpha 638 there, and we're exiting at PJM, which is the St. Martin VOR. We'll vector ourselves before we get there because we're not going over to that side of the island. We'll pretty much enter, I think it's going to be a right downwind depending on the winds. Or it might be a straight in. Okay, so we got that. That's squared away. We'll load that. And then from there, we go direct to TFFG, which is Grand Case. Put that in. We're expecting to do a visual for runway 30. That's fine. We'll load that. Looks like it's going to be a, I think it's going to be a straight in. I think 30's from our side. All right, cool. So let's pick up the what we didn't do. Let's pre-file our flight plan right quick. So we can log into VATSIM. All right, and we'll pre-file that. Okay, and let's get signed into VATSIM now. Mike Jones, what's up, bro? Happy New Year's to you all. 986 PC-12 will connect. There's our auto ATC giving us our squad code 5557. All right, cool. So yeah, we got that all squared away. We'll go 5557 and we'll put in November 986 Lima is our registration, and then we'll just enter that. We won't activate that just yet. So yeah, I think we're good. We're going up to, let me get my OFP back up here, 210. So we'll put 210 into the altitude selector here. All right, cool. So yeah, I think everything else is squared away. We'll get our checklist back up and go for engine start. It's one thing I love about the GA aircraft is you can get going a lot quicker. All right, so we're going to engage the starter, and then around 13% NG will introduce fuel into the ground idle position. So we'll get the sounds up, let you enjoy the sounds here. But before we do that, we need to come back here and get the exit closed. All right, so we're good there. All right, up top, starter can come on. Watching that NG, watching ITT for hot starts, which we had one last night. There's 13, introduce fuel. And of course, this thing is doing this again. So since we know how to fix it, let's come here, open overlay. I gotta figure out why this thing keeps doing this.
Warning, essential bus, generator 2.
Alright, so we got that going. Alright, so let's continue. We got Gen 1 and 2 on. We'll come up top and we'll go AV 1 and 2 on. Standby bus is off. ECS needs to go to auto. That's fine. Flaps need to come down to 15 for the pusher test, which is the stall stall protection. And I think we might have lost our flight plan too. Yeah, we did. All right, we'll put that back in here in a second. Climate control.
TOS system test OK.
We're in manual. We're going up to 210, so we need 210 plus 500 for the pressurization. Vladdy, welcome aboard. All right, so that's 21 right there, and then we'll go halfway. That's 500. Now we're gonna have a pretty quick climb here, so we'll get that that rate going. All right, cool. So what we need to do before we run that pusher test, let's get this back in flight plan here. Departure runway 10. We'll load it, and then from here we go to see if I can remember STT, St. Thomas VOR. And we'll just put 210 here. Enter, save that, and then from here we're jumping on 638, exiting at PJM. We'll load that, and then from here we're going to TFFG. Enter, load procedure, approach, visual runway 30. We'll load it. Okay. And then what I want to do before that is actually after Gabal, we want to insert after we're just going to type in US 1. Gonna say can't find, create it, and then we want to do lat long and we'll put a user point right there, and we'll put 1,500 feet. That'll give us some extra guidance towards the final approach there. We'll save that, because then what we're going to do is actually take PJM out, because we're not even going to go to that side of the airfield or the island. Yeah. All right, cool. Cool. All right, so that looks good there. We'll go ahead and get the transponder on. We'll come here, and I think it said 5557. Yep. So we'll get that in. Altitude reporting, November 986 Lima. Cool. Enter there. All right, so let's go ahead and knock out our pusher test here. All right, flaps are set to 15. We'll come up top. We'll activate the pusher. We'll give her a little bit of throttle. We should see the stick shaker start. There we go. We need to pull back on the yoke. It's going to push forward. We'll hit the disconnect. And then we should be able to clear the pusher. There we go. All right, that was the stall warning test. All right, that's fine. Come there, and we'll come back up top. Probes can come on. That can come on. System cooling can come on as well. All right, we're looking good. We're looking like we're ready to taxi. So what we're gonna do is go on up to flight idle. And we'll close the window here. All right, before taxi checklist, probes are on, EPGWS test. We'll conduct that now.
TGPWS. System OK.
All right. Left and right hand WSH. I'm not sure what that is, but anyways, that's on. We just did that. Taxi checklist. We'll get the taxi lights on, flight instruments checked, and parking brakes can come off. So taxi lights can come on. Flight instruments are all looking good. What we need to get right quick is the altimeter for St. Thomas, which is 3002. All right, that is set, and we are officially ready for taxi. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I guess we'll just come out to Alpha there. And before we go ahead and pull off, we'll do our autopilot test here as well. Vladdy, what's going on, Vladdy?
Autopilot trim.
What could be better at 5 a.m. than some Microsoft stream? Dang, it's 5 a.m. where you at, bro? All right. So I don't know if you guys have seen anything with this aircraft before. This aircraft has an interlinked aileron and rudder system. Usually when you would turn the ailerons, the rudders will follow suit, kind of like that. However, I have it disengaged. I hate it. I don't like it. So I went into the config file and got rid of that. We'll get a little bit of lighting on here. Get the panel lights. All right, we're good to go, guys. And St. Thomas traffic, Pilatus, November 986 Lima. We'll be taxiing the runway 10 via taxiway Alpha, and we'll need a back taxi from taxiway Alpha. We'll call St. Thomas. What airport is this? Oh, correction. That's going to be. We'll be taxiing to runway 10 via taxiway Bravo Charlie Alpha, St. Thomas. Yeah, I thought this was the airport I needed a back taxi. I'm tripping. I'm at the wrong airport already. All right, let's go, guys. So what we'll do is we'll release the parking brakes, and then we'll probably throw her into beta range. And we'll come out here to Bravo. Try to cut through these lights here. St. Thomas traffic, November 986 Lima will be in air, crossing runway 10 at Bravo over to Charlie, St. Thomas. All right, we'll come up, we'll get landing lights on and the strobe since we're crossing active runway here. Final approach down there is clear. Yeah, I absolutely love this airplane. Another really good turboprop here by SWS. These are the guys that made the Kodiak 100. You've seen me stream that, doing some bush flying before. But this aircraft is it's pretty good. I feel like my sounds are low. Let me check my yeah, Microsoft sounds are up. And then what we'll do is take that like that. 3 legs tonight, y'all. Yeah, absolutely love this airplane. Does take some getting used to on, I just realized I'm not even on Unicom. Alright, we'll change that here. Alright, we'll go parking brakes. And we'll go... I wonder why my... Damn, we're in... Let me check my SPAD right quick. Profile. Oh, you know what? I don't have a radio profile set up for it. All right, no worries. We'll just use this. 12280. Enter. Swap over. And over here we'll go 1 2 3 4 5. Enter. Swap over. We'll monitor both. Mic is on 1. We'll go back here. Traffic is what we want. That's fine. Here we'll come to map. Alright, cool. Alright, let's run our before takeoff checklist. Landing lights are on, strobes are on, recognition lights, we'll get them on now, as well as the wing lights. Flaps are set 15, TCAS is on and reporting, mode Charlie. Fuel quantity is checked and we'll reset that as well. Ice protection is as required and condition levers are in flight idle. Now, before takeoff checklist is complete, we'll line up on the runway, power control lever forward. We're looking for about 44.3 on the torque, rotating at 80 knots, positive rate, gear up. Yaw damper can come on, retract the flaps at 100 knots, and inertial separator can come off at 1,000 foot. All right, cool. Final approach is clear, and down the runway is clear as well. Overhead and everything is good, so we'll come down, we'll release the brakes. St. Thomas traffic, November 986 Lima, Pilatus lining up on runway 10 for departure to the east, St. Thomas. Alright, we do have a slight crosswind out of the left. We'll need to put in that correction as we roll down the runway. And we'll check our trims here on everything in the green for takeoff. So yeah, we're good there. Trims are looking good. Engine instruments are all good. And let's roll out. We'll sync up our heading here. And we'll probably climb out to the right and come back midfield to pick up our waypoint there, get some altitude. All right, let's go. Hold on, let me check the camera here. All right, cool. All right, let's ride, guys. On over to the island of St. Martin. We'll hold those brakes, smoothly apply the torque. Or stand by, because we're going backwards. I just realized we were going backwards. Alright, there we go. Alright, now we can smoothly apply that torque. It's 23. Alright, we'll release brakes. Some right rudder enter. Left aileron. Airspeed is alive. got traffic. Positive rate gear can come up. And flaps up. St. Thomas traffic, Pilatus, November 986 Lima. It's clear, runway 10 departing to the east. Final call, St. Thomas. All right, so we're going to pitch for 150 knots as we climb out. And we'll bring that torque on back to 36.8-ish. And we'll get yaw damper on, autopilot, and we'll get our heading on around here. Heading. And then we will go IAS. As we depart out of beautiful St. Thomas, I wanted to come around this way to the right because it is a really nice departure out of here. Gorgeous departure. Beautiful island. Look at that. St. Thomas for the win-win. Alright, so let's jump back inside here. Now we can go. We'll get a little more altitude and then we'll come around here and then go direct STT and head out that way. That way we can get a little bit of altitude before we head on out. So we're looking good so far. Go ahead and start turning direct towards STT to get on course here. And we'll go, oops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to click on half bank.
Warning, autopilot trim.
All right, cool. We looking good, guys. NZ 747, welcome aboard. Welcome, welcome. Mike Jones in the house. Nice wheelie, bro. Better than yeah, I didn't realize we were in still in beta range. All right, coming through 10,000. We'll go landing lights off, taxis, wing lights and recognitions can come off. That's fine. And then we'll go see if we can go direct to STT. Then we'll go on over to nav. That's putting us on course now, 12,100. We're gonna have a problem here. Our cabin Oh, maybe not. I think we're where we need to be. Yeah, 21,500. Okay. Yeah, so we're pressurized. We should be good there. That's where we took off from, right down there. All right, we'll get this out of your way. We'll get ready to get some tunes on. Let's see if this thing is gonna pick up St. Thomas VOR. Yeah, I think we're gonna get it. All right, cool. So we are turning on course now. And we'll climb all the way up to final cruise at 150. That's a good climb rate for this aircraft. As you can see, we're making like 2,200 foot a minute on the climb rate, which is not bad at all. And now as we climb, okay, so we already kind of went through the climb checklist on our climb out, setting power to 36.9. Autopilot's engaged, set climb rate about 15 to 2,000 foot per minute. Recognition lights are off at 10,000, lights as required. That's the climb checklist. Now we're looking for the cruise checklist once we reach our final cruise here of flight level 210. And we are on our way to the friendly island. We'll sync up that heading. Yes, sir. Getting her done. All right, let's see if we can jump outside here for a moment. Take a look at beautiful St. Thomas down below us. Yo, big up, Dre. Yeah, PC-12 for years. Hey, go and pick it up. SWS. Back door. Freaking SWS freaking PC-12, bro. This thing is well worth it, man. Get it from their website, I think. I want to say it's, let's say 30 bucks, 34 bucks or something like that. I think it's also on the Microsoft, I want to say it's on the marketplace too, but I try to not to never get anything from the marketplace. Ever. Hey, load up then, bro. Meet us in Grand Case. We're gonna land in Grand Case, which is the other airport on the island of St. Martin, up north, and then we're gonna go down to Martinique and then turn around and come back up to, it's like 200 miles. Come back up to and go into St. Barts, bro. So that ought to be fun, man. If you ain't doing nothing, load up. Skyfall, welcome aboard, bro. Good to see you. Okay, FNO, yeah, roger that, bro. Yeah, I didn't even realize it was FNO tonight. I know I was definitely trying to get this thing streamed, man. I've been flying it the last week or so. So it's gonna be this, and then it's probably gonna be the new Learjet 35 next. Before we jump back in some airliners, got to get my GA in, you know. All right, so about 400 feet more to go, and look, that climb rate is still kicking. At 150 knots is absolutely perfect on the for the best climb in this thing. And it teeters off a little bit as you get up there and start losing some torque, so I can actually start coming back on the torque, because as we forgot to arm the altitude there. We should blew through our altitude. But as we're up here at cruise, We are actually ITT limited, so it's calling for no higher than 750 degrees on the ITT, so we need to watch that. And we'll pull a little bit of power here. Doesn't have to be spot on, but don't want to go too much higher than 760 or so. And we'll start building some speed here. All right, cool. So we well on our way. Let's go vertical speed, and we'll do about 400 foot a minute. Let's get back down to 21,000, and we'll get some tunes on. Okay, bro. That sounds good, homie. All right, so we'll get our altitude back down to flight level 210. Used 116 pounds of fuel. That's got to be gallons, though, right? No, that's got to be. I guess that is fuel. I mean, I guess that is pounds. This is reporting in pounds. Okay, so we've used 118 pounds of fuel so far. All right, cool. There's our flight level 210. We're late on the reset of the altimeter here. And we good. We golden. So we'll come and get some more relaxing tunes on right quick. Cruise it out. And what we need to check here is, since this is a short leg, we'll go and check our VNAV profile here down to our user created waypoint. All right, so already top of descent is in about 8.5 minutes. Yeah, roger that, bro. Luckily, it was we were already pressurized, so climb rate was good. We got it set to 21,500. So yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah, I had that problem once with the climb rate. You had to slow the climb rate of the aircraft down a little bit so that thing could keep up. But yeah, we're all good to go here, bro. Cruising it out. So yeah, we're looking good. We got a right turn coming up here in a few miles. Can't get enough of that 4090. Need to cop me one of those. Yeah, man. Let's see what we're doing on frames right now, which I use MSI Afterburner with Reaver Tuner to give me that information. 115, 112 frame FPS right now. Definitely well worth it. Man, look at the side window here, how you can kind of see that rainbow effect. Man, they did their thing on this aircraft. This was one of the ones I was waiting on for a good little bit as far as GA aircraft. We have the Coronado one over here, but I absolutely refuse to support Coronado anymore. I absolutely refuse. Now, I mean, yeah, scaffold, that's in addition to the frame generation. We are using frame generation as well, so that's definitely helping to achieve that 115. Right now it's 120 FPS. If I turn that off, I'll probably be getting about 50 or something like that, maybe higher. It'll probably be about 70 to 80 out here in the Caribbean, where it's not much to draw. But hell, at bigger airports, I mean, I've seen it without it. I've seen it as low as 30, between 30 and 40 without the frame generation. So it definitely helps, man. It's smooth. Sim is smooth, and I can't complain on it. There's Zato. Zato, you joining up, man, to go in St. Barts, bro? It says Coronado causes issues with the default 787 HUD, from what I heard. Yeah, I heard that as well, but not only that, man, let's just be for real. It's just like they're eye candy, man. They are eye candy. These guys here are, Zato, I don't know if you have their Kodiak 100, but their Kodiak 100 is absolutely brilliant, bro. It's between these guys and Black Square. These guys and Black Square are the win-win as far as turboprops in Microsoft. Next flight is going to be from, show you what we got here. So as you see, we're going into St. Martin, but not Princess Juliana. We're going into the French side, Grand Case. And so from here, we'll go from here down to, it's like 200 miles down to, where is it at? Martinique. And then from Martinique, we're going back up to St. Barts, which this is going to be the most challenging part of our evening, getting into St. Barts. So luckily, you know, they're short legs, so that's why we added a third one on. Yeah, I have the early release of it as well, Steady. I haven't flown it yet, though. I will be honest and say that I haven't flown it yet. I've been trying to learn this aircraft so we can get a stream out with this. But that is going to probably be our next stream. It's going to be in the Learjet. Welcome aboard, though. Let's see what we got here. We've got about 3 minutes until top of drop. Let me see here. Okay, runway 30, we're gonna have to make a right downwind, so we'll hold off on our top of drop for right now. Yeah, we don't need to, at least I think we're going in on 30. Yeah, 30, so we can hold off on that. We don't need to descend quite yet. We'll start our descent as we pass overhead Slugo. So here at Grand Case, we'll go ahead and load up with probably what we'll need fuel-wise for the rest of the stream, so that we don't have to refuel every every stop, we'll just go ahead and grab some fuel in Grand Case.
Vertical track.
Cam MD80, welcome aboard. What's going on, bro? Good to see you. Like I said, we'll hold off on that descent here. Making 280 knots or so across the ground, which is not bad. I lost my wind information though.
Vertical track.
Hey, this aircraft is smooth, guys. It's real smooth. A handful to land. Zato, did you edit your config file? I edited mine, bro, to remove that daggone interlink. So now my aileron, my yoke turns independently of my rudder pedals. I hated it, bro. And I know that's the real way that the aircraft operates, but they need, the fact that they have the setting there is just hidden, tells me that they know that people might want to change it. They may enable that at some point. I will say the exterior lighting could be a bit better as far as the navigation and strobes and stuff, but that's something that could be done with the update. Kind of like what they did with the TBM. Kind of like what they done with the TBM. All right, we're approaching Slugo. We'll start our descent as we pass overhead Slugo. And because we don't have any weather reporting information here at Grand Case, we're gonna have to use, you guessed it, Princess Juliana's ATIS information, which they're reporting 1018 on the QNH. So we'll bear that in mind on our descent here. Yeah, I absolutely love this thing. Literally for the last 3 or 4 days I've been flying this thing. Like I said, admittingly so, I have flown everything that we are doing tonight. I flew the whole entire stream or route within the last couple of days. And that was mainly to try to figure out, well, which one of these islands did I want to go to? And then, you know, just learning how the aircraft is going to react, how the aircraft handles into places like St. Barts. I'll say my one and only landing in this plane in St. Barts, it was a negative 300 and something foot per minute. But that was with the rudder interlink, and that was coming in trying to use full flap. So I'm going to adjust that approach this time. and try to, she was real floaty, and that's the one thing that I've seen consistently with what people are saying about the aircraft, is that it can get floaty. So a lot of times you don't really need full flaps in this aircraft. This aircraft can get, you know, surprisingly slow. You know, it's like something like 60 or 70 knots. So, you know, that's something to bear in mind. And you want to come in on that approach slow, because remember, you're diving down at the runway, down that hill. So you're going to pick up some speed. Yo, Big Up Blue says, love this plane. Yeah, bro. I absolutely love it. I picked up also the Learjet. Haven't flown the Learjet yet, so that's going to probably be our next stream. No auto throttle in this aircraft. But as you see, most turboprops, once you set the torque, you know, it pretty much stays there. This is definitely what flying for real is about. All right, let's go ahead and start down. We're a little late on that, so we'll come on down to about 1500. And we'll go vertical speed, about 1500 foot a minute. Well, actually, we're not going to start. We don't want it to be, we'll start at about 300 foot a minute and then slowly bring it on in. All right, yeah, we're going to be a little high. There's our island there, I believe, I think. Yeah, so this is St. Martin here. So our airport is over here somewhere. Right now we're going direct towards Princess Juliana, but we'll turn off here and start self-vectoring ourselves here in a moment. And we'll pull a little bit of power as we're going downhill now. Pull some torque off to watch that the speed. And we will come down here and set plus 500 on the cabin pressure. And being as though we are in the descent here, we'll go ahead and run the descent checklist. Passenger advisory is on. Power is reduced and set. Pressurization is set to field elevation plus 500. Altimeter is will be set here momentarily. Inertial separator is still open because we never closed it above 1,000, did we? Nope, we didn't. All right, inertial separator is open, and recognition lights can come on now. And we'll go ahead and set QNH 1018 for Princess Juliana's altimeter. That's the closest we've got. Okay, so our runway is right here. We can see it visually. So what we'll do is we'll put ourselves in the right downwind and come around this island here and land back on 30. We'll go right up this little channel here, come back around and land on 30. That is how we'll do that. And we'll center up the rudder trim here. We don't want to land with the rudder in the green. That's only really for takeoff. But we'll center that on up. Got Princess Juliana right there. Like I said, there's our runway there. That's our airport there. All right, we'll pull a little bit more power here. And we'll swap her on to heading mode. We are slightly high. We were a little late on our descent, but that's all good. No worries, no worries. We'll make do with what we got. If we have to extend a little bit, no problem with that at all. We do have an extended center line there anyway, so that's good. We'll go ahead and pull a little bit more power. Man, I love this PC-12 spawner. I absolutely love it, bro. Easy to learn, little challenging to fly in the slow speed regimes. But man, does she rotate nicely off the tarmac. Can get nice and slow. Slow speed characteristics are nice. This thing can get in and out of unprepared strips. Bush flying. Another airport down there we'll have to check out one day. All right, there's our airport there. We are definitely high on it, but this is a nice approach coming down this valley here, and I will tell you that the air rolling off of these hills is going to cause some issues on this approach coming in here. Found that out the hard way coming in here the other night. It's going to be breezy once we hit that little valley there. So we'll keep her going here. All right, let's make our call here. Grand Case traffic up Lattice, November 9086 Lima. We're descending through 7,000 right downwind for the visual runway 30 Grand Case. Yo, what up, iHeart? You know what that mean? That boy probably fixing to log on. I know he gonna do it. I know he gonna do it. I prefer you not to. I just want to chill tonight, iHeart. I just want to chill tonight, bro. I don't want any ATC tonight. I just want to chill. Okay. All right. Cool. Damn, I'm slacking. I ain't even know it was an FNO tonight. I'm slacking. That's all good. Can't join them all. All right, coming through 5,000. All right, so we'll start pulling some power, getting the aircraft slowed down here. We'll go landing lights on, wing lights as well. Overhead is all good. Yeah, we've been streaming, bro. Been doing all right though. All right, so we'll go ahead and pull that power a little bit more. We'll get ready to turn base here in a second. Knock off 500 foot on that descent rate. To help us start slowing down as well. We'll go ahead and turn base. And Grand Case traffic, Pilatus 9086 Lima, returning right base for the runway 30 approach. Grand Case. Yeah, we came out a decent little ways. Oh snap. Why did we oh, because I put it down to 1500. That's why. Let's get on back up to 2000. Alright, we'll go ahead and start turning towards. Bring some of that power off. There's our runway in sight. And Grand Case traffic, 9086 Lima is on a 11.5 mile final. Visual runway 30 approach, Grand Case. Loaded up, nice little airport out here. Yeah, roger that, bro. Martinique is nice as well. It's a bigger airport though.
And the Homer 986 Lima, you are cleared to land.
Cleared to land, 9086 Lima. All right, we'll hold that 150 till we get a little closer and then start getting configured. Grab our last couple of views here. All right, let's pull some power and let's get our first notch of flaps out. And we'll get the tunes off. All right, flaps 15 selected. And we'll go ahead and drop the gear as well. I just realized I don't have my butt kicker on. We'll get the butt kicker on and we'll get FS Realistic going. Alright, we'll start a slight descent down. And we'll recenter that rudder. Go 20 degrees, and that's where we'll keep it. We'll land with 20 degrees on this approach here. Alright, before landing checklist, altimeters are set, fuel quantity is checked and reset. Landing gear is down, lights as required, and flaps as required. Landing checklist is complete. We'll get ready to take over here in a second. Getting a little breezy here. And we'll get you your flight controls cam so we don't forget that. Just making small course adjustments with the heading bug here. Alright, y'all damper can come off. I have the airplane. Autopilot is disengaged. Try to maintain that 95, between 90 and 100 knots for the approach. Like I said, we'll expect to get some buffeting as we get in the valley there. Pull some power. I didn't set any minimums to our runway here. Starting to try to get her trimmed out, get that nose trimmed out.
500.
Release some of that back pressure. Speed's good. I did not start the recording. We'll miss this one. Let her settle down. That's what I mean, carrying that extra speed. But she stops on a dime. And we'll back taxi here. Welcome to Grand Case. Not the best landing, but we're still learning her. And Grand Case traffic, 9086 Lima will be back taxiing runway 30 to the ramp at Alpha. Grand Case. Alright, flaps up.
Warning, trim.
Alright, so we'll stop here for a second. Landing lights, wing lights, strobes, recognitions can come off. Grand Case traffic, 9086 Lima is clear of runway 30 at Alpha, taxi to the ramp. Grand Case. Alright, that's all good. Why is this dude standing on that like I'm in a... Which way does he want me to come in? I don't know, but... I don't know, bro, but we stopping right here. We stopping right there. We ain't coming no closer. Alright. Parking brakes are set. We'll go standby bus on. We'll get that on. Alright, cool. See if we can listen to her shut down here. Alright, low idle. Let her spool down the low idle here. And shut off.
Warning, essential bus.
Absolutely beautiful aircraft this is. All right, cool. So we will we'll get up here. And we'll open the back. Let them out. And what we'll do is we'll just leave it running. Actually, no, so we don't drain our battery here. Standby bus, bat 1 and 2 can come off. We'll just shut her down fully so we can close out our flight on Volanta. And then we'll just, I forgot to start the replay on that one, so we'll just go into the next leg. That'll keep us, why is this not? Oh, that's why. Okay. So yeah, we'll just go into the next leg right quick, and that'll keep us kind of ahead of schedule here. Welcome to Grand Case. All right, so let's do this. Let's see what we got. We'll review the flight there. Ooh, not bad. Not bad. -70. I'll take that. I'll take it all day. -70. It won't be like that coming into it won't be like that coming into St. Barts. Alright, so what we'll do is just go straight into the next flight here. which is going to be down to Martinique. We were approaching Grand Case on the north side of here's Princess Juliana, St. Martin. We're on the French side, Grand Case Airport. Now we're about to go down to Martinique. I don't know why this thing all of a sudden is. Let me just restart Volanta here. We'll get some tunes back on while we plan up for the next leg. All right. These guys either need an update or something because this never used to take this long. There we go. What's Grand Case? I mean, what's Martinique's airport code? TFFF. All right, so this leg is going to be a little bit longer, 266 miles. We'll generate that. We'll get to hang back, be at cruise for a little bit, check out some of the islands that we'll pass on the way. And we'll disconnect from VATSIM right quick so that we can file this flight plan. All right, cool. Pre-filed up, we'll bring up Volanta, we'll log back in. Cool beans. We'll reset our flight here on Navigraph, get our new OFP. And like I said, we'll top off on fuel here. And that should get us to Martinique and back to St. Barts. 1107. We'll take about 2,500 pounds of fuel. If it allows us with the CG. All right, cool. And payload is going to be 880. All right, close enough. 880, cool. All right, let's jump in. Let's go right into it. Let's update this. All right, cool. So just that quick, we're good to go. We'll come up top. We'll go standby. Nav and beacon is on. Taxi can come off. That's good. Inertial separator, BAT 1 and 2 can come on. That's all good. All right, cool. And we'll see if we can get this
TOS system test okay.
Let's go ahead and close up back here right quick. back on board the Pilatus PC-12 with service on down to Martinique. Let's see. Should I? We'll go flight plan. We'll do departure. No departures out of here. Okay. So from here we're going direct to Z PATA. And then from there, try to get this in right quick before we lose our power. Load airway 517, exiting at PPR. Load that. What's our cruise altitude here? It's gonna be 250 initially. Okay. Then from PPR, we're jumping on the 312. Alpha 312 airway, exiting at Dom. We'll execute that. And then from there, we'll be flying the Dom 1 X-ray into is it TFFF? Yeah. All right. Cool. We're looking at runway 10 there. Procedure. Arrival. Dom 1 X-ray. Runway 10, we'll load it. Then we'll come here and go procedure again for the approach. ILS 10 Zulu. Should be fine. CareX transition. And then load approach. So that should be good there. So we'll come on back out. Up top we go. We'll get beacon light is already on. All good there. All right, let's go ahead and start her on up. And we'll come off of the tunes until we get back up in the air. All right. Looking for 13% NG. There we go. Low idle.
And Grand Case traffic. The trade wind 25 is back taxi runway 30. Grand Case.
There he is. Pilatus crew. Alright, Gen 1 and Gen 2 can come on. AV1 and 2 standby bus can come off. Probes can come on. Seatbelt, that's good. We'll come down here, we'll set cabin pressure to flight level 250 or 255. Uh, 23, 24. That's 25, 255. All right, cool. Stab trim. We'll get it set back down in the green. Cool. Rudder trim will set back over to the green for takeoff. Good.
EGPWS system OK.
Alright, that's done. We'll come up top. We'll get the pusher. Well, actually, no, we need to come to flaps 15 first. That's coming on down. Here's our flap indications here. Alright, flaps 15 is set. We'll go pusher. We'll throttle her up a little bit. Throttle her back down. We'll pull back on the stick. That should. There we go. Came back on and... Oh, hold on. I think I did it. Oh, no. There we go. Alright, cool. Pusher test has been complete. Autopilot test.
Warning, autopilot trim.
And ground clear traffic, Travis 45, depart runway 30. We're going to be making a left downwind departure today. Ground case.
And ground case traffic 9086 Lima, type Pilatus, will be taxiing to runway 30 as well for departure, ground case. Alright, parking brakes. We'll go flight idle. Taxi lights can come on. And we'll turn out to the right.
And ground case traffic, Travis 45 making that left cross runway 30. Ground case.
Ground case traffic, Pilatus, November 9086 Lima. We'll be back taxiing runway 30 from Bravo, ground case. Alright guys, on our way to stop number 2.
And ground case traffic, Travis 25 departing 5 to the south. Ground case.
Spawner says, do I need scenery for the airport? TFFG. I think I do have a scenery, but it's a freeware one that you can get as well. Just check flightsim.to, bro. I just noticed I didn't get Alright, well we'll just use 5557 again. And ground case traffic 9086 Lima. We're departing runway 30, and we'll make right traffic with a midfield departure to the, where are we going? South. southeast. Brand case. All right.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm tripping. All right, let's power up. Get that on for you. Brakes release. Power set. Airspeed is alive. There's 80 knots and rotate. Positive rate, gear can come up. And flaps. And we'll pitch for 150. Brand case traffic 9086 Lima is clear of 30, and we're making right crosswind. Grand case.
Grand case traffic shows 16 Lima Victor taking back taxiing 30 for 30 departure. Grand case. Grand case traffic 16 Lima Victor 30 taking 30 for departure midfield. We'll be making a right crosswind after departure for midfield departure. Grand case.
All right, airport is right below our nose. We'll depart the pattern.
Fun fact, I'm heading to Canada tomorrow. My home. You should.
Midfield. Now we can go yaw damper. We'll sync up the heading. Heading autopilot can come on, and we'll see if we can pitch for 150 right quick. Bleed off some of that speed. Grand case traffic 9086 Lima is departing the area midfield to the southeast. Grand case. Why is it not oh, you know why? Because I didn't arm. Why is my aircraft not, oh, because the damn autopilot isn't on. Okay. Thought we had that covered. Why is she wanting to dive like that? There we go. Had to release some of that back pressure. Alright, we'll go nav, and then we will let's increase that climb rate right quick. Let's pull some power, try to get that 150 on the climb, and then we'll go into IAS hold for the climb. Alright, here we go. Cabin rates coming up. Here's 10,000. We'll go landing lights, taxi lights off, recognition and wing lights off as well. Get that out of your way. We'll go get on to some tunes. And we'll cruise this one out for a little bit. This will be a little ride for us. 200 and some change. Should give us a good little time to hang out and chill. Captain Smoke is in the crib. What's going on, Captain Smoke? Welcome aboard. Skyfall says, fun fact, I'm heading to my home, Grenada, tomorrow morning. TGPY, you should check it out in the sim. Yeah, we'll definitely do that, bro. How you liking that plane? I love it, bro. I love it. We are arriving runway 10 into Martinique. Spawning. Yes, sir. Climbing on out of the friendly island. There's Princess Juliana right there. We had to show the other side some love, the French side some love. I do think we have a couple homies tagging with us on this leg. I think we got a couple people tagging along. Who do we got here? So we got somebody up here. Cool, cool, cool. Here I am. We got somebody that just came out. They don't have a flight plan, but they've come out of our airport, so I gotta assume they're with us. And then, not sure who this is, but somebody else is there on the ground. So yeah, we're looking good. We got some homies tagging along. Yeah, I know that's you, Skyfall, out front. Whoever's going on the next leg into St Barts, I need you all to ensure that I'm in front of you guys, because I want to catch you all coming in on that approach, bro. I definitely want to catch you all coming in on that approach. That's gonna be a blast. That's if the runway ain't closed from my carcass. Speaking of which, man, well, hold on. Sorry about that. I'm still trying to kick this daggone flu, but I know you guys had to see what happened over in at Haneda Airport in Japan. Absolutely crazy. Me and Greenlight was talking about that thing last night for a couple hours, and like, you know, trying to analyze the footage and stuff like that. It's absolutely crazy. And I think that I don't know, man. I think that the air traffic control might be in a little hot water. All right, guys, if you can hear me on the stream, going over to Boom Boom Comms when you can, because we're getting out of range of everybody, which is 123.45, and we'll put in a little bit more power watching that ITT. Keep our climb rate going here. We don't really want to go above 800 on the climb.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Got your 5x5, how me?
I got you 6x5, you're good.
All right, we'll go over
In
to
all reality, 5x5.
standard pressure. Passing flight level 180. Zato says, sorry if I wasn't able to load up, something last minute came up, but I'll be on the chat. No problem, bro. I understand. We still got one more leg anyways to get up to St. Barts. Or back over to St. Barts. We're going down to Martinique right now. I think one of my favorite things about this aircraft has to be, see if I can get a nice shot of it, has to be the windows. Like, you can see that rainbow effect. You can see that rainbow effect when the sun hits it from a certain direction. Like, that's some detail. That is some absolute detail. Yeah. Only one guy from the Coast Guard plane made it, which was the captain. Yeah, that's what I said. I just don't understand. Like, maybe we can take a look at some of the footage and I can tell you guys what I'm thinking about it, but I just don't understand how we've listened to ATC audio. ATC told him to taxi the whole point, Charlie 5. And then he said, we have one arrival. Or no. Did he say we have one arrival, or he said we have one departure or something? He either told the 350 we have one departure, or he told the Coast Guard plane we have one arrival. Either or. He wasn't at the whole short bars. He had to have pulled out on that runway, which is obvious, but even if they thought that they were cleared, what are we doing when we're holding short and pulling out onto the runway? We're checking left and we're checking right. How could you not see that there was a huge aircraft on short final before pulling out there? But I don't think it's the A350, bro. I honestly don't think it's their fault. All three of their stories are lining up. They said they didn't see the plane, which we know it could be really hard to make out an aircraft on the runway in the runway environment with their lights mixed in with the runway environment and the airport lights. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll take a look at it once we get up to cruise here. Rock City's in the house. Yo, big up Rock. We was just talking about you, bro. We just left, not too long ago, just left your hometown of St. Thomas. We stopped on over into Grand Case on St. Martin. Now we're heading down to Martinique, and then we'll end our night in St. Barts. Happy New Year to you, brother. Passenger plane should have noticed the Coast Guard plane strobe lights. Well, that's just the thing. If you look at the makeup of the Dash 8, the strobe lights are visible from the front to about, I don't know, maybe 70 or 80 degrees. It's not like frontal and then 90 degrees, right? And it's definitely, you can't see them from the rear. In the video, you can see the taxi light of the Dash 8, the nose gear light, which tells me that it was kind of facing the camera in that direction, right? If it was truly orientated like that, well, they wouldn't have saw the strobe lights or really the taxi lights or the landing lights. And I can't remember if the Dash 8 has a strobe on the tail cone or not. But yeah, we'll look at it. We'll look at it once we get up here and get going. Give us a little bit of chat about here. But I think honestly it's going to fall between ATC and the crew of the Dash 8. Because if it's one thing for certain and two things for sure, they were told to taxi to hold point Charlie 5. Now what came out that I heard is that the Dash 8 and the A350 were on different tower frequencies, which I'm wondering why were they on different tower frequencies for the same runway. We know it's possible that the larger airports will operate multiple frequencies for ground, tower, and such. But when that's usually with different runways. So why would you be on the same runway on a different tower frequency is my point. So I mean that could be possible, but like I said, we'll take a look at it. All right, that ITT is blinking. We'll pull some power here. Try to pull that ITT back below 800. There we go. For the climb. It's about 1,100 feet or so to go. Pressurization is good. That was our 1,000 foot to go signal. If they read the note times, that would have been avoided. That's why it's so important to read that stuff and brief it. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I think also part of the contributing factors to it is, think about it. The Coast Guard plane could have very well made a whole bunch of mistakes, right? Because they were probably exhausted from running round-the-clock operations trying to render aid from everything that happened with the earthquake. So they were going already non-stop. So we know that that's going to be a factor with their fatigue level and things like that. I personally don't think that they were safe. I don't think they implemented the I'm safe policy because it was a time of need. That's my 2 cents on at least that part. Yep, fatigue is also a valid point to make in that situation. Yeah, you know, they could have. Now I will say, from the audio that I've heard, oh, got a little updraft there. For some of the audio that I heard, the ATC was kind of iffy in his instructions. And like I said, we'll take a listen. We'll take a listen to that. All right, so we'll put this here. We'll bring the game sounds down some, and let's see if I can. I'm gonna get it from Discord because I don't feel like going looking through it from YouTube. Let's go to my DMs. Let's see. All right, first I want to take a look at this one. I'll take a look at this one first. Now this is a channel I follow, Vast Aviation. And let's pay attention to what the transcript as far as what ATC is saying. We'll get the tunes down too. No, actually, yeah. We'll pause the music. We'll bring the game sounds down some. We'll get the YouTube up. All right. Let's take a listen. Let's see what we can gather together, right? So the A350 is 516. This is Haneda Tower, Japan, 516, Tokyo Tower. Yeah, good evening. Runway 34 right. Continue approach. Winds 320 at 7. We have a departure. Let's stop right there because this is one thing for me. We have a departure. Continue approach. So that tells me he was obviously on short final, right? Now, if they didn't see anybody lined up on the runway at that point, they should have been questioning this right here. We have a departure. That's my thing. That's where I would have been at mentally with it. We have a departure. But what the hell you mean we have a departure? Like, we don't see anybody holding short. We don't see anything on the runway. But then again, it's nighttime. So let's continue here.
5 and 6, continue approach, 34 right.
Continue approach 34 right. That was Anita Tower. 516 34. Okay, hold on. So let's go back. He cleared him to land 34 right. The A350. And where's that other section here? This is the Coast Guard plane, Tower 722 Alpha on Charlie. Okay. So he's letting them know he's been handed off by ground at this point. He's on Charlie. He's been instructed to hold at Charlie 5 hold point. All right, here we go. Haneda Tower. This is the Coast Guard plane, Tokyo Tower. Good evening. Number 1 for departure. Taxi 2 holding point Charlie 5. This could be confusing. You're number 1, but he should have been told that there was an aircraft on final. He should have been told that. Right now, he's just thinking that he's number 1 for departure. You can't be number 1 if there's an aircraft on final. You could be number 1 after the aircraft, I think. But taxi to hold point Charlie 5. However, he wasn't given the specific instruction to hold short of runway 34 right. It could be just a Japanese thing. I don't know. But here in the States, they're usually going to tell you hold short of 34 right at Charlie 5. You know, really. Not really, because he didn't hear the magic word cleared to line up or cleared for departure. That's number 2. I agree with you on that. So here you can see the Dash 8's taxi light. You can see the orientation of the aircraft. You can see that it's pretty much in the same orientation as the A350. And so that tells me that they wouldn't have been able to see the strobes. Now, it looks like they impact the Dash 8 back here by the landing light. Probably the engine runs through it or something like that, but back here by the landing light. And if we take, let me see here. Hold on. Let's go and slow this down. We're going to slow this down a little bit. We're going to go into this view. Boom. That's the moment of impact. You can see the nose of the aircraft has come down of the A350. The nose didn't immediately collapse, but I think it collapsed when it hit the ground like really hard. I think at this point they would have saw him. So if we go back just a little bit. Now we can gather kind of a picture. Even in the sim, you can gather, like, even though your landing lights are bright, you can kind of see where the landing lights illuminate, right? So my guess is by this moment they see that aircraft. It's nothing you can do at that moment. But if you look just in front of it, it's still dark out here. Like, the landing lights isn't that far. So to say, even at this point, I don't think they saw him. They've got a tail aspect of the aircraft. They're pitched up because they're in the flare. I don't think they would have saw him till maybe about somewhere about there, but the nose is just passing them. And you can see the landing light now illuminating the tail section of the Dash 8. And so they make it even past the frontal area where the landing light meets the fuselage, like, and then it doesn't, you know, until I think the engine ran through them or whatever. But sorry about that. Let's go back to regular speed.
766 is going on.
Japan 166 going around.
Or departure from runway 32 right. We actually access over from runway 32 right. Number 5. Station 181 traffic 90 runway 32 left. Step down with the 32 left.
Clear to land 34 left, Delta 181.
Sacramento, hold the position. Hold the position.
So now what I notice about this is you're hearing multiple voices on this frequency. And so that leads me to believe that this is a mixture of several different frequencies from the incident, right? Because again, usually with say Atlanta's gonna have multiple different towers, probably handling either, the 27s or the 26s, but somebody else gave that Delta landing clearance to land on 34 left, and that had to be on a different frequency. This is just my thinking of it.
Accident happened on runway 34 right, so all traffic actually held on the further instruction.
All stations approach runway 34 left and right, both closed. All runway closed. All runway closed.
Yeah, that's absolutely freaking crazy. But let's take a look at this picture here, right? Now this is after it's already been burning for a minute. You got some damage here on the engine cowling there. But me and Green was debating this a little bit last night. I think that most of the aircraft slammed down on the undercarriage of the Dash 8 because this aircraft broke in half about here after, some time after a few minutes. But the engines, for the most part, were intact, kind of with the exception of the right engine, which was just throwing frickin' sparks and destroying itself, probably from ingesting debris. But for the most part, the engines are intact. Like they're not that damaged. There are some other pictures that was floating around that showed the engines from a frontal aspect. And let me see if I can pull those up. But yeah, I think this is it here.
Got a large mushroom.
But the engines are not. I mean, they're messed up because they ingested stuff, right? All right, so here's one image that I was talking about with Green. You can see this engine is still going, but I want you to look right here. There's a slit in the engine in the same place that there's a slit on the other engine. And you got the damage on the nose of the aircraft, right? I think that this damage is wide and consistent enough from slicing through the tail section of the Dash 8. If they're in a nose up attitude, and think about it, the slits on the engines could be the wings just going through the engines right there. Because look, the left wing is intact, the right wing is intact. I think it pretty much hit the undercarriage like that and ran through the Dash 8. And again, guys, I'm really not trying to play much of the video just because you know how YouTube gets. But even back here, you can see it's massive amounts of damage on the undercarriage of the aircraft. And this is even before it's fully involved with fire. But as you can see here, the engine is pretty much intact. The wing area is intact, but you got damage on the aft section of the flaps there and the undercarriage there. I think it pretty much hit that Dash 8 on the underbelly. But nonetheless, I think that the crew of Japan Air 516, I think they did a hell of a job getting these guys out, getting everybody out. Let's see. Skyfall says Not really, because he didn't hear the magic words cleared to line up or cleared for departure. I agree. That wasn't evident. Now, the only reason why I question it is because it was initially said that they were on different tower frequencies. That is the first piece of audio that I heard, or the first piece of report that I heard, was that they were on different tower frequencies. So it could have been that maybe he was given the lineup or whatever on a different tower frequency. Why that would happen, I don't know. But nowhere in what we just heard was he told to line up. However, nowhere in that also, in my opinion, was ATC absolutely clear to hold short either. Now, I agree with you. You don't enter the runway environment unless explicitly told to line up and wait or cleared for takeoff. Once you don't hear that, you cannot proceed to the active runway. Absolutely. I honestly think they were just tired and exhausted, bro. They might have missed it. They might have thought that they was number one because that's what he said, and that meant, you know, the carbon material that's used on the A350 is impressive that it held up very long. Yes, I agree. I mean, it went through all of that. See, Greenlight seems to think, and I'm not picking on him, but this is, me and him had a conversation. We talked for like 2.5 hours last night on this subject matter, right? And I want to use this picture here. I don't know if you guys can make this out very well, but Greenlight seems to think that this is the orientation that the crash happened. The Dash 8 was coming out and the A350 hit him like this at a 90-degree angle. I personally don't see that because of the damage and how we saw the damage on the aircraft with both engines having that slice through it, you know, and things like that. Because the wingspan of the Dash 8 would meet the inboard part of the engines on the A350. And I think it just came down on it, you know, like this. And, you know, the wings were there to slice through the engine. The right engine ingested debris from that. All right, so we're not far. Let me go and take a look at our flight plan here. Okay, we got Dom. See what we looking like on our VNAV here. We'll do 3.50. All right, so we got about 14 minutes until top of drop. Which is cool. We'll go back and get some tunes on. But yeah, I just wanted to just briefly talk about that. Because, you know, it's a tragedy, but at the same time, it's a miracle that they were able to evacuate 370 something people in under 90 seconds. I mean, that's what they trained for, yes, but I'm gonna wait till the official NTSB report comes out. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we could speculate all we want, but I'm just interested to see. We have one person that survived on the on the Coast Guard flight. So at some point, they will scrutinize him and find out what's going on. The one thing about it is, no matter if the A350 saw him or not, I couldn't imagine that they would see him and continue to land. But whatever they did, whatever they saw, whatever they did, is one thing about it, and that all three stories are matching up with that flight crew. They're all saying the same thing. You couple that with how long had the Coast Guard crew been operating that day, and where they could have been mentally with fatigue levels and stuff like that. I think just answering the 2 of those questions alone, you'll get a bigger picture of what happened. And then obviously the ATC controller is going to be in that mix as well, on what his statement was. But the good thing about that is you have transcripts for ATC communications. It was definitely too late for a go around. They were already on the mains. Before they struck the aircraft, they were on the main gear, which tells me spoilers probably came out, freaking auto brakes probably kicked in. And, you know, at that point, it's just like, you can't, I don't think you can do nothing at that point. Now, if they were 10 or 20 feet, I think, and saw him, they could have initiated the go around, and maybe their gear would have still got them, but I think that would at least give them time to get back in the air, troubleshoot. They would have obviously done a belly-in landing, but I think more would have survived on the Dash 8 if their gear just clipped them. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Charlie 5 sits right at about 1,600 feet down the runway. If you look at the chart to that airport. So, I mean, they were right there in the touchdown zone for that A350. They were right there. So, it's tragic, but it definitely could have been worse, I think. But I'm really interested in what happened, because I think I saw somewhere a report said that just in the U.S. alone, there were almost 100 situations similar to that, in which there could have been a runway incursion of that nature that could have been tragic or bad, that ended up, you know, nothing ended up happening. And you know, I just want to know that, you know, what's going on in the world of ATC now, or the world of aviation, that especially here in the States, that this is so common. You know, just last year alone, almost 100. That's kind of bad. At places like Las Vegas and LAX and, you know, some of these major airports. Even if he did that late, I assume those engines have a delay. Yup, and spooling up. It was inevitable at that point. Sad situation though. Yeah, engine, they're not gonna, you know, even if they was at the 50-foot mark, you know, 60 foot, and you initiate the go around, you gotta expect that you're still gonna lose at least another 50 foot by the time your engine spool up, you know. So yeah, I agree with you. All right, so we got Martinique coming into view here. It's gonna be that island there. That second island out there. Got 9 minutes or so until top of drop. Yo, big up Captain Dom. Good to see you, homie. Have to go fly with y'all sometime. Seems chill. Yeah, that's what we're all about here. Chill, laid back. Let me check on the fellas. Hey, how y'all making out? Y'all got me on 2345. Let's check and see if they're still up. Where are we? It's weird. I don't even see myself on the I see the people behind me, but I definitely do not see myself for what's the name here? Alright, he's good. I'm not seeing any VATSIM traffic there. Maybe VATSIM is having an issue with their data or something right now, because alright guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'm gonna grab something to drink right quick. I'll be right back with you. Right back. I'm thirsty.
Notices to air mission. Notices to air mission.
All right, we back. All right, 4 minutes till top of drop. And we'll follow suit with this one. We won't do a replay on this one. We'll get all of our replays in St. Barts. That's how we got to do these 3-leggers. Let's see what we got. Study says usually fly around Burbank, California for my on-air profile. Nice. But I love to fly some smaller planes around the Caribbean. Yeah, man. You know, a lot of people don't like to fly the GA stuff, man. I mean, I think it's it's good to fly the GA stuff. I mean, you got some awesome freaking study level GA planes. I ain't saying you got to go out and fly a 172, but I really enjoy the turboprops and the different turboprops and stuff like that, biz jets. But yeah, man, we'll love to have you. Skyfall says, yep, just did a case study on those closed runway collisions, and they are working on ATC staffing to combat that. Yeah. All right, let's do this. Let's come over here. Got 2 minutes, 109.9. We'll swap that over. That's going to be our localizer course. We're looking at 280 on a decision height here. So we'll see if we can bug on up to 280. All right, 280 is set. Course, we'll get that here in a little bit. We need to go down to 2,000 feet, so we'll set that here. Get ready for our top of drop here. We should get the vertical track notification here in a moment. And we'll get, let's see what the airport elevation is. Alright, so we just need to set, oh, not yet.
Vertical track.
Alright, we'll get the rest of that here in a second. Alright, 500. Alright, that's good.
Warning, cabin pressure.
Hey, we did that a little soon. Alright, so we'll start down. We'll pull some power. Oh, snap.
Warning, cabin pressure.
Alright, we're going. Descent has been started. Alright, altimeter here, or QNH is 1016, so we'll key that in here in a second. Alright, so we'll exit stage left. We'll try to exit at Charlie, right to the general aviation terminal at Charlie. Got somebody down there. Know if y'all can make out that aircraft there. Looking good, looking good. Absolutely love this plane. I know I say that about everything I fly, but I do. If I fly it, if you see me flying it, I probably love it. Especially if it's a excellent developer like SWS. Model is spot on. Visuals are spot on. They can do with better exterior lighting, but I think for the most part this aircraft is for the win-win here. All right, remember y'all, one more leg. It's gonna be the main event. The boys going into St Barts. And we'll see how that turns out for us. A little turbulent. Didn't see a B-1 bomber crash yesterday. Is that on YouTube, Smoke? Definitely, D-Champ, definitely. We'll bring in some more power. Let's try to keep about 200 or so knots. Slowly bringing in that torque. Looking good on fuel. We won't get any fuel. We'll let these guys out and replan and go on back up to St. Barts. Excuse me. All right, what did we say for QNH is we're a little bit behind on that. 1016. All right, 1016 set. We'll sync up the heading. Check out the crash footage. You talking about a B1? Somebody DM it to me. I don't know who that is. Could be FSLTL, but then again, it could not be. No DMs yet. All right, looking good on the descent, coming through 13,300 as we approach the island of Martinique. Gorgeous island it is. All right, let's check this out right quick. Is that it? It's already on the ground. Oh, they didn't have any actual footage? There's some Antarctica scenery available for download. Maybe next stream you should do it. Arctic hops. It ain't but one place to land down there. I do plan on landing on that ice shelf one day. I think that'll be pretty dope. Sent ATC audio. Okay. Ship down there heading out. It's pretty dope. All right, below 10,000 lights can come on. All right, so we'll probably get ready to self-vector. This is gonna be a 90-degree turn here. We'll probably come out a little bit. Think that'll be best here. Come out a little bit at it. We'll go heading mode. Not picking up any of the ILS information yet. I think we're still a little too far out. So we'll continue our descent on down. You know what? What we could do is go back. Let's go back direct because that's 15.5 miles at this waypoint. So we should have time to intercept. We'll cut in on it versus going away from it. We should be good. All right, let's pull some power. ATS season over? Nah, bro. Nah, it's not. Got to get out these couple of Microsoft streams and get that. I was having a problem with my Google Drive. That's what it was. For some reason this month, it went to renew my my storage thing, but I sent a message to Google because it was like it wasn't renewed. So I've got like 15 gigs. They're standard, but the damn thing is showing that I've got 80 something gigs of data in there, and I should have over I should have like over 100 gigs of storage in there. So that's what the hold up is on that, bro. All right, so let's pull some more power here and see if we get. All right, there's our loc. What we're looking for is 095. God dang. I just went all the way around Robin Hood's barn to get to 095. Alright, cool. 095. Alright, we'll pull some power. Coming up on 2000, we are armed. Got the airport in sight out there. And Martinique traffic, Pilatus, November 9086 Lima. We are overhead. Kyrex initial approach fix for the ILS. ILS 10 approach, Martinique. Oh, and we overshot the daggone loc. Not paying attention. Overshot the loc. All right, let's come off of the tunes here, and let's get ready and set up for our approach. Get us an intercept back on the loc here. All right, we'll bring in some power just a little bit. Try to maintain about 140 here. Okay, so this aircraft doesn't track the loc on approach as well. I guess you got to capture the localizer first with this aircraft. Okay, this is my first. I didn't shoot the ILS in here the first time. Okay. So we're learning, All right, so we're watching for that glide to start coming down before we go to approach mode. We'll swap back over to Mic 1, which is Unicom. And Martinique traffic, Pilatus, November 9086 Lima, 10.5 mile final, ILS 10 approach, Martinique. I just realized that first call was made to the Boom Boom Freak. Okay, now that we're on the loc, we should be able to engage the approach mode, and it should capture the glide as it comes on down. Cool. All right, let's get up our airport chart here. Like I said, we'll be aiming to exit at Charlie to the left. And we'll come here as well. Center up the rudder trim, that's fine. Yeah, see, this thing is not following it on approach mode. For some reason, it's freaking drifting. And here comes the glide. So let's see if we can... Who is this? Oh, this is FSLTL traffic. All right, let's kill FSLTL. Yeah, it's not following the localizer. All right, let's slow the airplane down. We may need to go around here, this aircraft here. I don't know where it's coming from because my FSLTL is shut down. Oh, no, it's not. Here we go. There we go. All right. Flaps 15. Alright, let's get this on. Let's get this aircraft under control here. We're a bit fast. Pull some power.
Martinique traffic, 725 clear from runway 10, Charlie, taxi straight ahead. Martinique.
Martinique traffic, 9086 Lima is a short final, 3-mile final, ILS 10 approach, Martinique. Yeah, so I don't know if it's this airport or what, but she did not follow. She's following the localizer, but not the glide. Yaw damper can come off, autopilot can come off. I have the airplane. We'll go flaps notch 2. We are high on the, if that glide indication is even active. I mean, not active, but accurate. I have no way of knowing. Either way, we going forward. Yo, big up Drew. Happy New Year, brother. Good to see you.
500.
Still a bit high. Alright, so we're gonna let that speed fall off. We want to try to get some slow flight practice here for St. Barts. We'll try to hold it right here, about 60 knots. See, this thing just loves to float. She loves to float. I mean, we was slow. We only did 20 degrees of flaps. All right, either way, welcome to Martinique. Now y'all see why I say it's gonna be a fun one into St. Barts. Martinique traffic, 986 Lima is clear of runway 10 at Charlie, taxi into the GA ramp, Martinique.
Warning, trim.
All right, guys, so we'll get over here. We'll get these passengers off, submit the flight in Volanta, and we'll head right back on up. Get to St. Barts. We'll do all of our replays in St. Barts. Glass slope tracking will be armed by the approach button. Yes, I know, but it was not following it. So I don't know if that's a bug or what. When I clicked the approach button, it was like it stopped tracking the loc. At least that's what I was noticing. All right, welcome to Martinique. We'll go parking brakes. That's all good.
Warning,
Get this
avionics
shut
bus.
down. We'll get standby on.
Warning, essential bus.
I wonder why it closes the windows and the doors when you frickin' shut down like that. That's a bug. All right, cool. So like I said, welcome. We'll get this thing shut on down here. Get everything reloaded, and we'll be out. So we'll go there, get that off. Cool. So we'll jump here, we'll open the door, we'll let these guys out. I do think we still have somebody coming in too. All right, we'll get the tunes back on. Let's submit the flight here on Volanta. See what we got on that one. -68. So I mean, it's not bad landing rates, but I gotta get that floating under control with this airplane. This thing loves to float. I'm tempted to try like a flaps 15, but that would have us coming in at a higher speed, but maybe she wouldn't float so much. I'm not sure. But while we're sitting here though, let's disconnect from VATSIM so we can refile. Or let's see where the other guys are right quick. Yeah, I don't know if they're still, are you guys still in the air, whoever took off after us? Because I'm not seeing you guys on the map here. Hell, I'm not even seeing myself on the map here. All right, no worries. Let's go ahead and plan the next leg right quick. We'll reset our VATSIM stuff. Get that out of your way. All right, last leg up in the St. Barts. This is gonna be the money leg here. I don't understand why Volante be taking a minute to reset the flight now. There's somebody in St. Barts. Not on VATSIM though. Let's see if we can just reset or restart Volante here. What is St. Bart's code again? I done forgot. TFFJ. All right, let's disconnect from VATSIM right quick so we can file this up. Cool. So we are filed up. Same call sign. We'll go sign back into. Or before we do, hold on. All right, reconnect up. Let's get our flight pulled up over here on Navigraph. All right, so we should be good on fuel. It's requiring 1,238 pounds. And our payload is 1,600 pounds. A little heavy. Okay, fuel is good. We're taking 800 pounds. We're not taking 16. We'll keep what we got. We'll keep what we got. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anybody else. I thought there were two guys behind me. So I'm not sure if there's anybody else. And I'm not seeing. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody else coming down. Okay. All right, so let's jump in. Let's reset our information here. All right, cool. So I think we're good to go. We'll go ahead and come on to the standby bus. Nav lights can come on, beacon light can come on. We'll go bat 1 and 2. Inertial separator, that's fine. Come down here right quick. Let's try to get this programmed. We'll depart off of
TOS system test. Okay.
We'll depart on the Dom 1 Romeo departure here. Pretty much the reverse departure that we came in on. So we're looking for the 1 Romeo, which is there. Runway 10, we'll load that departure in. From there, we will go FOF. Where is this at? Okay. FOF, enter. Or no, that's the Martinique VOR. We don't need that. We can remove that. We'll make a little edit here. We're not flying back to that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so after that, PPR is our next waypoint. I don't think we have yeah, we don't have that here. Okay, so we'll go direct to PPR. Flight level 240. A517, load airway. And then we're exiting at ZPATA. We'll load it. Then direct. TFFJ, and then here we will load procedure for the visual runway 10. Load approach. All right. And then from here we need to insert after. We'll make a user waypoint here. That didn't go as planned. Let's go insert after. It should tell me it's not available and it asks me to create it. I don't wonder why it's not. Put something in. Yeah, there we go. Create user waypoint. Let's find this St Barts here.
Yeah, I'll wait for you to depart.
Yeah, I'll be ready here in a second, bro. TFFR. Where is go. Alright, we'll create that user waypoint there. It'll give us another reference here, and we'll come in and be at we'll say 2,500 feet there. Alright, cool. And we'll squawk 2000 986 Lima. Alright, let's jump back and shut the doors here. right, we'll get the tunes off until we get up there. All right, cool. That's all good. Let's go ahead and roll on the engine here. There's 13%. Alright, inertial sep is open, probes can come on, no smoking. That's all good. We're going up to 24,000. So we'll need to set a cabin pressure of 24.5. There's 23, here's 24, and 24.5 is about there. Alright, that's good. Stab trim. I'll get that set for takeoff. We'll also do the rudder trim while we at it. Alright, that's good. EPS is armed. ECS is in auto. That's fine. We'll come here. GPS, that's fine as well. Alright, we'll run the
EGPWS system OK.
Alright, and we'll test the autopilot.
Warning, autopilot trim.
Flaps 15. We'll run the pusher test, and then we'll be ready for taxi. All right, flaps 15 is set. We'll go pusher. Back on the stick. All right, there we go. Pusher test has been completed. Light should extinguish. There we go. Pusher test has been completed. We'll go ahead and altitude reporting. There we have that. 228. We're monitoring 2345. That's fine. We'll set altitude to 240. All right, that's cool. Martinique traffic. Let me get to my damn chart here right quick. Martinique traffic, Pilatus 9086 Lima will be taxiing the runway 10 via taxiway Charlie Lima Delta with the back taxi, Martinique. Alright, so we'll come up top. Taxi lights are on. Parking brakes, we'll go flight idle.
San Martinique traffic, trim 21 is going to be taxi number 10. Include the back taxi, Charlie Lima, 40 shot at Delta. Runway 10 for the bus traffic, Martinique.
Alright guys, last and final leg here. Load up in TFFJ when you close and do some landings. Roger that, bro. And Martinique traffic, November 9086 Lima will be back taxiing from runway, taxiway Alpha from runway 10 Martinique. All right, we'll go land a nice strobe, wings, and recognition.
Corner shot, runway 10 Delta 45 traffic, Martinique.
We want to go ahead and taxi down to the turnaround. I'll hold short.
Roger that. Martinique traffic, turn 21, taxi runway 10.
All right, guys, we'll hold short for him to get on down here. Overhead is looking good. We got flaps 15. There he is, he's coming. Let's go ahead and run our before takeoff checklist. That way when he gets here, we're good. Landing lights on, strobes on, recognition lights on, flaps 15 set and indicating. TCAS is on and reporting altitude, fuel quantity checked and reset, ice protection as required. Condition lever is in flight idle. Before takeoff checklist is complete. Thanks for showcasing the plane in your stream. I'm definitely going to try it later. Yeah, it's definitely worth it, my friend. Definitely worth it. And Martinique traffic. 9086 Lima will be lining up on runway 10 for departure on the Dom 1 Romeo, Martinique.
I'll get like a 510 now, head start.
Roger. Alright guys, daggone fuel truck, I told you. They have a vendetta against me and Microsoft. Alright, we'll spool them on up. And for about 44% on the torque. Brakes release.
And Martinique traffic trailer 21, line up and wait, runway 10.
Takeoff power is set. And positive rate gear can come up. Flaps up. There's our 150. Let's try to keep it. We'll pitch for 150. We'll bring that torque back a little bit. 36 and some change. Martinique traffic. 986 Lima is clear runway 10, departing to the northwest. Final call, Martinique.
All right, let me know when you make that initial first turn to your left.
Roger. Alright, so we'll go autopilot and... Why is this thing wanting to freaking dive when I do that? Oh, you know why? Hold on. Let's go vertical speed. Then let's engage the... Why does she want to go down when I engage the IAS hold? That's weird. Alright, we'll just put her back on vertical speed. Alright, should have our left turn here coming up. And we're making our left turn now. You can go ahead and depart.
Roger that. And Martinique traffic trailer 21, departing runway 10 on the dome 1, Romeo departure, Martinique.
Looking good, guys. Last leg of the night. That was a fuel truck on the taxiway. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just turn off my daggone extra Microsoft vehicles, bro. I think they got a vendetta. It's always a fuel truck or a fire truck that's in my path of travel. They shouldn't even be on the damn runway. All right, so we'll have to watch that pressurization. That we're climbing faster than this pressurizing.
21 clear for the 10 departure to the north. Last call, Martinique.
So we're trying to get that 150 here. We'll pull the torque back a little bit. See if we can't get that 150 and then go over to IAS mode. Alright, there we go. Now, so apparently it doesn't like to engage the IAS that soon off of the freaking runway, I guess. That's what it's gotta be. Anyways, there's 10,000. We'll get our lights off here. We're good there. Pressurization is still coming up nicely. Should be about 7,000 foot by the time it's all said and done. So we depart on out of Martinique for St Barts. We're on the last leg. Green is going really nice, bro. 2 awesome legs. We started in St. Thomas, went on over to Grand Case, took off from Grand Case. We're leaving came down here to Martinique, and now we just took off from Martinique, going up to St. Barts. There's Martinique back there. We'll get some tunage back on. Guys, don't let me forget to start the replay, the recording for this last leg. We're gonna wanna see this one. I am not confident whatsoever. The airplane has been floating, so we need this thing to freaking land when I want it to land. We'll try to bring that speed on back, come in a little slower. And that way when we hit the roundout, we should be able to be ready to set her down. We won't hesitate on going around. We're gonna try not to force it down in there. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling the PC-12, bro. I love it. I love this plane. Fire says, look, if I can do it in the 7.4, you ain't do it. Hey, a video or didn't happen. You go ahead, load up in the 7.4, do a pattern, and send a video or clip it in my Discord and DM while we're in cruise, or it didn't happen. Or it did not happen, bro. All right, coming through 153. Climbing out at 150 knots. Hey, if you can still hear me, I'm gonna switch over to Boom Boom comms now.
All right, I'm gonna head over.
Oops. Why did it stop? It shouldn't have stopped monitoring. Unicom, okay. All right, let's sync up our heading gear.
All right, boom, check in.
5x5, how me?
Hey, 5x5, sir.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful legs tonight. Spawn and Salmon, don't let that boy fool your head up like he did that. He ain't sent a video yet through my Discord, so we'll see if that happens while we at cruise. Don't let him fool your head. Don't let him fool your head, bro. All right, coming up on transition, we'll use flight level 180. Beautiful island there. All right, over to standard 299er2. Let's see what we're looking like here. About 1,200 foot a minute. Pressurization is done. It's good. Try to add a little bit of torque here. Watching that ITT. We are ITT limited right now. We want to try to keep her below 800 on the climb and below 750 in the cruise. Gives us about 200, 300 more foot per minute. We'll sync up that heading again. My man gotta put that video up or it didn't happen.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
In the pattern now, wish me luck.
Say that again. I couldn't quite make out what you were saying.
In the pattern.
You said in the climb?
Pattern.
I still don't know what he said, y'all. I still don't know what he said, y'all. I'm so serious.
Turn.
Roger. Alright, so we're looking good here. Alright, fuel's good. Remember, we fueled up on the last leg, so we didn't have to fill up there in Martinique. We're getting a quartering tailwind right now, so that's going to help push us along here a little bit faster. Here we're making 225 knots, and we're not even up to cruise yet, which is good. So should be able to make, say, about 280, 85 or so. Yeah, roger that, spawner. Shouldn't be. I mean, we're on boom boom frequency. So yeah, guys, if you're interested in turboprops, this is definitely one for the win, along with the Black Square TBM and SWS's other workhorse, the Kodiak 100. I have that one as well. Go back on my channel. I got some bush flying in Papua New Guinea in that thing, and it's absolutely a beast at getting in some of those short strips. I look at the Kodiak like a baby Grand Caravan with upgraded avionics. All right, torque's 27.78. ITT is 795, so we're good. As long as that stay below 800, we'll have to pull some power here in a second because it's still creeping up. But maintaining 150 knots on the climb, that's good. As we come through flight level 230, 1,000 foot to go. Definitely enjoying this flight. Drop that crap way over there. All right, there's 240. There's our final cruise. And we'll keep the power here for right now as long as we stay below 800. Let that speed build a little bit. Still got a slight quartering tailwind here, which is helping to increase that ground speed for us. And so let's take a look now that we're at cruise at our, see what it's reporting for our top or drop here. All right, that's what we need. However, we'll come down at 3.5 degrees. Gives us 28 minutes until top or drop, which is cool. We'll leave that power in just for a little bit longer and then we'll back it off for ITT purposes. Let's jump outside, shall we? And here we go. This again. There we go. Love this bird. This thing flies nicely.
We definitely need to do some more hops in this plane out here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Also, the TBM would be another good one for hops. Shoot, even the Black Square Analog King Air is another nice Microsoft mod that is pretty good. Turboprop.
Yeah, once you say a prop, man, I'm all good to go. But I love these little hops, man. I noticed we passed some islands on the way up. Don't mind visiting those.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy the Caribbean hops.
Y'all still got me?
Yeah, we got you.
After a couple of attempts, the best attempt I got is like, we tapped the fence, but I mean, we did it.
As far as your mic sucks, I can't understand nothing you saying, bro.
I was just, if you think, I'll say it slowly,
I think part of it is the static too. I'm getting some static. You're still kind of far away, even for Boom Boom.
Yeah, I was just on purpose for the Discord.
Well, part of it, like I said, is the distance. That's what's creating the static. It sounds like he's talking on speakerphone. That's what it sounds like. He's talking on speakerphone. Yeah, I can usually understand fires. We're just far out, that's all. Do not let me forget, y'all. Start the I'm gonna bring it up now, so hopefully it reminds me to start the recording as we get close. Leo, you see this new add-on? Let's see what you're talking about. Sim installer, new tool, identify add-on conflicts with. I saw it. However, I use add-on linker anyway. So add-on linker, I mean, I guess if it identifies it as being incompatible, then it would be a benefit. I may have to check it out and see, but I've used add-on linker for the longest. Which, like, here, let me bring it up and I'll show you. It's probably gonna give me a warning that the sim is running, which we know. So, like, what I do is I have a separate folder outside of my community folder, which I organize all my mods with different subfolders like this. So, like, for example, in my scenery folder, if I want to install something to Microsoft, I literally just click on it and it turns it green, and it's that simple. If I want to uninstall it, I click on it, click the checkbox, it turns it red, and it's that simple. And that way, if I just want to clean out my community folder, I can click the one box up here to uninstall all my scenery or all my aircraft or all my liveries. So I think it's similar to this. And then things over here that's like blue are things that's installed externally, like through the Aerosoft installer, or like the black square stuff. Everything that's blue, it's installed separately from putting it in here. It's installed directly to the community folder. So I wonder if it's similar to that. Now, if it, like you said, identifies conflicts, then that program would have a benefit, because I don't think add-on linker identifies incompatible mods, in the sense that if it's going to conflict with something else. So that would be a benefit on that one. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to check it out. I'll have to download it and check it out. All right, give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna step up for a second and stretch the good old legs, refill my cup, hit the head right quick, and I'll be back with y'all in a couple of minutes.
Notices to air mission. Notices to air mission.
Spawning. That program is called, the program that I just showed is called add-on linker. And fires, I'll check Flight Sim Flicks here in a second, as soon as I get back. And I'm sorry, guys, I just noticed something. I had my chat set to top chat, so I may have been missing a couple of you guys' comments. I'll just put it on the actual live chat. I just noticed that. So my apologies if I missed somebody's comment. All right, right back, guys. Alright, y'all. Alright. We's back.
Notices to
Alright, how y'all making out in chat? Uh-oh, Drew Stone then put another link. Let's see what this is. Okay, yeah, that's add-on linker. Yeah, add-on linker is what I use. I've been using that for like the last couple years. And again, I'll show you also how I do it. Like, so if I come over here to my one of my drives here, so packages, this is my Microsoft folder where it's installed at. But then I have another one here that I title Microsoft add-ons, and then basically I just make subfolders for, you know, different stuff. If it's liveries, if it's aircraft models like payware or whatever, and then this is what add-on linker uses to separate all of the files. So again, it just makes it easy to keep everything out of my community folder. And then how it adds it over there is if we go into my community folder, you can see it's basically adding symbolic links or shortcut links. So all of the stuff with the little arrows on the folder is that folder is technically not in my community folder. It's in where I put it. But Microsoft thinks it's in here. And that's easier when it comes time to troubleshoot, or if you need to remove everything from your community folder or whatever. It's real easy. You don't have to copy and paste and delete and all of that stuff. So I don't know how that one that Drew Stone posted will fare up to it, but Rocksteady says he's about to wipe his community folder and use that. Well, you don't have to necessarily wipe it. Just go to where you want to put all of your mods, just like I did. Create your subfolders and then just start moving stuff, you know, per category over to those folders. And that way you don't have to delete anything. It'll take you a little bit, probably about an hour, depending on how big your community folder is. And then, you know, download add-on linker, and you'll already have everything set up in there, and just point that towards your community folder. That's how you do that. Somebody said Flight Sim Flicks. Okay. Flight Sim Flicks. Also, make sure, guys, that if you haven't already done so, this is my Discord, !Discord in chat, to get the link to join my Discord here. Oh snap, hold on, Fires might be on to something. I think he did it. He's got me in the background so we know it's live. Does he stop though, or does he go in the water? Ain't no way, bruh.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy the Caribbean hop.
You going in the water, homie. Nah, dog, you gotta stop before the end of the runway. You gotta stop, bro, and turn around and back taxi. That don't count. I'll give it to you as an attempt. Pilot Rocky coming in with some images. Nice, that good old A300. Got Zato. Oh, we seen those last stream. Good attempt though, bro.
Yeah, Lee, you gotta check that approach into St Barts. It's a visual approach. I think we're coming in from the south, so we definitely have to go up like Cocoa, Sugarloaf, Grouper, and then Freegate.
Hold on, say that again.
You can check. particular way to enter the airport. If we're coming in from the south, we have to go direct to Coco, then Sugarloaf, Grouper, and then to Freegate, and I think that sets us up for runway 10.
Yeah, I don't know about all of that, but I put a couple extra user points to set myself up for it, because it was only, with this TDS GTN, I was only getting a visual for runway 10, and it was giving me a 3 nautical mile final. So I put a couple of user points to better line myself up. But I've got SKB to Zapata, and then to my user point, which is the final approach.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if like this GTN, I guess, wasn't adding all of those other waypoints that you were saying.
Yeah, I don't think they added, but they have like coordination, like lat long, but I'm gonna just go visual off the chart.
Yeah, Roger. All right, we're coming up to top of drop here. Let's see what we're looking like as far as it's concerned. 2 minutes. So 2 minutes, we're looking to go down to 2,500 feet. So we'll set that now to 25. And we're looking to need about 1,700 foot a minute or so. Alright, so we should be getting vertical track message in about a minute. About the white mod, use this. Yeah, I need to start fresh though. At least one mod is causing some issues with all my HUDs. Yeah, I don't know what mod that could be. Toilet paper. Alright guys, remember I'm wondering if I should try flaps 15 in here instead of flaps 20. I'm really wondering, because I'm trying to avoid, or flaps 30, I'm sorry. I'm trying to really avoid that float.
Vertical track.
QNH for St. Barts is 1017. 34 seconds till top of drop. Damn, I went and left my daggone drink right there on the counter. Hold on. All right, we'll pull a little bit of power. And let's get 48 feet, so we'll set pressurization down to Sea level plus 500, which is about there. Yeah, no drink left behind, right? How much I want to bet that the old lady and the kids come in right soon as I'm on final approach? I'm getting that sneaky suspicion. All right, looking good though so far. Jump outside the last couple of times here. Got a cruise ship down there? Yes, it is. Another cruise ship over there. U.S. actor just died in a plane crash in the Caribbean today. Don't know the name yet. Man, what is going on? Like, what is really going on in and around the world with these aircraft crashes? All right, coming through transition, we'll look for 1017 for the St Barts altimeter, which is fine. Speed racer actor Christian Oliver. I don't know who Christian Oliver is. Never heard of him. Speed racer actor. Yeah, I never heard of that dude. Yeah, I'm looking at his picture. I don't remember ever seeing him. They got a picture of it hitting the water. Oh snap, they got some video of it. At least the last couple of seconds of it hitting the water. Yeah, I just don't know what's going on in the world over the last year or so with these airplane crashes. So yeah, next stream is probably going to be in the Learjet 35. Another new one that just recently came out in early access. So we got to learn that one. I don't know if I'm going to make a stream tomorrow, but maybe Sunday. I think we can learn the Learjet pretty fast. Y'all know me, I ain't going to just hop on and in a new aircraft and stream it because I got it. I need to at least do a couple flights with it, get comfortable with it. Man, that thing looks good from the front too. All right, coming through 12,400. It's not as far out as I wanted it. This is going to be about probably a 5 or 6 mile final. Alright, so what we're going to do is we'll pull some power. And we're going to increase the vertical speed a little bit. I know we got plugged in 2,500, but we want to actually probably be about 2,000 or so. And that way we can start getting our slowdown. All right, coming through 10,000. We can go landing lights on, wing lights, and recognition lights on. We'll run briefly through our checklist here. Alright, passenger advisory is on. Power is reduced and set. Pressurization is set to field elevation plus 500. Altimeter is set. Local pressure 1017. Inertial separator is on because, again, we probably forgot to turn it off. Which we did. Yep. Inertial separator is on. Recognition lights is on. Descent checklist is complete. We'll sync up the heading. Alright, so for this first approach, I'm saying first approach like I'm anticipating to go around. We'll try the flaps 30. We'll just try to come in slower. Like I'm talking the edge of that white arc there. Like 65 knots. Edge of that white arc there. Remember, we're gonna pick up a little bit of speed on that dive in, but we'll see how the aircraft does. We can keep her slow like that, but the problem is, like I said, the aircraft just likes to float. Alright, so this is, I do believe, yeah, that's the island there. But yeah, St Barts is somewhere right in there. I told y'all. Hold on, I think the children and the Wife is at the door. Hold on, y'all. All right, we'll go ahead and start pulling some power here. So, all right, we'll pause the tunes. Actual best attempt, flight sim flicks. All right, roger that. Don't forget to start recording. Hey, appreciate you spawning. We'll start right now. Recording is going. All right, letting that power come on back. So I think we're going right in there somewhere. All right, we'll keep the descent coming. Go flaps 1. Put in some power. St Barts traffic. Am I on? No, I'm not. Let's go back over to mic 1. St Barts traffic. Pilatus, November 9th, correction 986 Lima. Return and final for the visual runway 10. St Barts. All right, we got the runway in sight there. All right, we're gonna come start pulling some more power. I'll get that on for you. Lost my runway. We went a little wide. That's all good. All right, White Arc will drop the gear. Go into heading mode, and we will come on back over to the right a little bit. All right, yard damper can come off, autopilot can come off. I have the airplane. I'll try to keep that descent coming. Got the runway in sight. All right, guys, moment of truth. Sync up that heading. We need to go around. We'll climb straight out with a climbing left turn and enter a left downwind here. We'll go flaps 30 and idle power here. And a descent, 1,000 feet. We can expect to get some little buffeting air as we go through that saddle there. Trying to peel off a little bit more of this speed. Got her in a tiny slip.
500.
Got her in a tiny slip, trying to just peel off a little bit of the speed. All right, here we go. See, she want to float. All right, we're going around. She wants to float. St. Barts traffic, 9086 Lima, we're going around. Runway 10, left crosswind, St. Barts. Aircraft just wants to float. That's the only thing I don't like about the bird so far. She's floaty. Definitely floaty. Approach seemed good. And St. Barts traffic, 9086 Lima, left downwind for visual runway 10 approach, St. Barts.
Yeah, you should be able to choose another approach before I get in. It's kind of coming in slow.
Okay, roger. Good call. Appreciate you. What's up, Mr. Greg? Good decision made. Yeah. I mean, the approach I think was good. The drop in to the runway was good, I think. But it's just on the round out, man. So we're going to try, this time we're going to only try flaps 15. Maybe it's just the excessive lift with flaps 30. But yeah, man, it was just soon as you hit the round out, it was like float city. So now we're just trying to get this trim under control here. Start a slight descent.
St. Barts traffic, American 001 departing 10. If there's any traffic on, do you think I can get out of here in time?
Yeah, you got time. We're getting ready to turn base here in a minute.
Let's hope I can get out of them in a 737.
Oh, Lord.
Gotta give some entertainment now.
All right, let's pull some power. Yeah, she ain't want to go down, bro. Float. All right. St. Barts traffic, 9086 Lima, left base for runway 10, St. Barts.
St. Barts traffic, TBM 852 Tango Bravo, 10 miles to the west at 3000 will be visual runway 10, number 2, and we'll have the traffic in sight there. St. Barts.
Yeah, St. Barts traffic, for the 21 coming in from the south, approximately 14 miles out. Division 10, St. Barts. Number 2.
All right, so we got her trimmed a little more nose down. We got quite a bit of back pressure in her. And so we're gonna try that along with flaps 15. Which there we go, white arc, flaps 15. St. Barts traffic, 9086 Lima. We're on final approach for 5.5 mile final, runway 10, St. Barts. We'll just try to hold this altitude. You may have to cut power a little earlier, just before the hill. Yeah, roger. I was already idle though, at the hill though. That's what I think. I had already chopped power. So yeah, we'll try it again here. Trying to get an ID on my runway. No joy yet. I think I need to...
St. Barts traffic, TBM 852, just a little bit more than 5 miles out. We're going to slow down to final approach speed for landing traffic in front of us.
All right, St. Barts traffic, 9086 Lima. We're on a 3 mile final, runway 10, St. Barts.
Right. Roger that, we got you inside.
We'll go gear down. I low-key still don't see my runway. I think I'm still a little too far to the left. Where the hell is my damn runway? Am I tripping, y'all, or do we not have the runway visual? Okay, I think that's it right there. Alright, we're good. Alright, let's pull some power. Let's get the speed on down.
$500.
Are still a little fast. Gotta go around. Yeah, we can't do that in flaps 15. We lost all lift. That was almost bad. St. Barts traffic 9086 Lima going around. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad. We lost
St. Barts
all
traffic,
lift.
TBM 852, 3 mile final, runway 10, St. Barts.
This plane is challenging to get in here. I'm not going to hold y'all. This plane is a little challenging here. We're going third time's the charm though. We're going to get it. Third time is the charm. I know, right? That was close. I got to see that one on the replay. I mean, we were... I'm glad I made that decision because I don't think we... I don't think we would have made that one if we'd have waited a second longer for to make that decision. So yeah, I mean, we just lost all lift. I don't know that we can do it in flaps 15 because we got to keep the speed up so much more. You know what I mean? Like
St. Barts traffic, TBM 852, short final, runway 10, St. Barts.
St. Barts traffic 9086 Lima. We're left downwind, runway 10, St. Barts. So yeah, we'll try the we'll try to cut power a little sooner. We'll do the flaps 30 again. I just don't think we can get in there and flap like with 15, flaps 15. I personally don't think we can do it. So we'll take green
I'm gonna let
lights.
y'all have your shine. I don't want to cut anyone off.
We'll take Greenlight's advice. Try to cut power a little sooner.
St. Barts traffic, TBM 852, Tango Bravo going around, left close traffic.
See, it ain't just me.
Bad?
It ain't just me.
Nah, I just had a little bit of a long landing.
Well, spawning, I tried that last night when I was flying. I mean, yeah, the other night. Full flaps is absolutely too floaty, bro. It's absolutely too floaty. Now, maybe we can try full flaps and just cutting that power a lot sooner. But I mean, even at 60 knots right there on the top of the white arc, bro. I mean, she wanted to just, I mean, hot air balloon take back off.
Hey, St. Barts traffic. Spread wind 21 is turning final runway 01. St. Barts.
All right, we got visual. We'll extend past you. 9086 Lima.
St. Barts traffic, TBM 852, left downwind, runway 10, full stop. St. Barts.
All right. I think this is my traffic here. That.
Well, yeah, you might have me inside. Go ahead.
All right, Roger.
Yeah, I have you on my TCAS, 5 miles on my butt.
And St. Barts 9086 Lima, left base, runway 10, St. Barts. And St. Barts 9086 Lima, turning final, 6.5 mile final, runway 10, St. Barts.
Hey, St Barts traffic. Speedwind 21 back taxi runway 10, St Barts.
Try taking one notch of flaps up when you go into flare. Use full flaps, cut power, and use ground effect for lift. Roger that. Full flaps. Somebody got a hot mic. Now I want to go see real. I know, right? Yeah, this place is on my bucket list to visit. We've already went to St. Martin in real life, so this place is definitely on there. All right, gear down. Flaps 30.
St. Barts traffic, TBM 852, turn left base, runway 10, St. Barts.
St. Barts traffic 9086 Lima, 2 mile final, runway 10, St. Barts.
Hey, Trent, add some more, pitch the nose down. Set the trim to pitch down, so at least when you play, don't blow up.
Yeah, roger. Problem is, I've already got to trim down a fair bit because I'm holding a fair bit of back pressure. All right, let's go flaps full.
Good luck to all.
All right, take 3. This is it. Thing definitely likes to slide with the wind.
$500.
All right, idle thrust right now.
St. Barts traffic, TBM 852, 8 mile final, runway 10, full stop, St. Barts.
See, she just wants to float.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. You made it.
Yeah, she definitely wants to float. St. Barts traffic, 986 Lima, back taxiing runway 10, St. Barts. Now we did dump 2 notches of flaps though.
Great job, Leo.
Appreciate you.
Now time for the road dominant to begin.
I wasn't too sure about dumping those flaps because, I mean, we were right there. But we got her in there, 3rd time.
St. Barts traffic, TBM 852, 3 mile final, runway 10, full stop, St. Barts.
St. Barts traffic 986 Lima is clear runway 10, St. Barts. Welcome to St. Barts, though.
Essential bus.
St Barts traffic, TBM 852, 1 mile final, runway 10, St Barts.
All right, let's jump out and see if we can catch him coming in. All right, we at least get somebody coming in. At least get somebody coming in. We'll stop our recording. Oh, did he make it? Is he down? Oh, no. Oh, he's gonna overrun. I think he overran, but he just...
Did he go in the water? I don't think he did.
I figured I'd build a sandcastle while I was down there.
Hey, that's what's up.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I think he going to the beach.
Take a dip for me, man.
St Barts traffic, TBM 852 back taxi, runway 10, St Barts.
With the sand pails. Gotta add that, with the sand pails.
With the sand pails, St Barts traffic.
Who do we have somebody else out on final?
I mean, if you want to count us 137, yeah.
Yeah, let's see what you got, Fires, because you ain't log on just to come in here for nothing. Let's see what you got.
I bet.
This fool's coming in here in a damn jet. I don't trust it. Welcome to St. Barts, though. We're gonna definitely get our replay on that. With the wheels. I know it looked like he bounced off the mountain.
St. Barts traffic, TBM 852, clear runway 10, St. Barts.
I think he did bounce off the mountain, bro. Low key.
St. Barts traffic, American 001 to our final.
It's short final right now, but it's gonna be a long final here in a minute. Long final in a minute. All right, we'll get that out of your way. Ain't no way, bruh. Even max auto brakes, ain't no way. Ain't no way, bruh. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Hey.
We did it!
Dude.
Yeah, he cooked that brake.
Hey, didn't he? I don't even know. Hold on. Don't move. Do not move the aircraft. I'm coming to you. Do not move that aircraft, bro. Don't move the aircraft.
Let's go!
We got to see if my man went to the beach or not. Did he go to the beach? I don't know. I think past the fence is the beach. I'll give him that. He did that. We'll give you that. Chat saying we'll give you that, bro.
Let's go!
I'll take it.
That's a negative 5,000 landed right there.
Oh, man. Man, look at the GA posted up here. Hey, we got to get a screenshot right there. Screenshot of that. Man, that was absolutely a blast. They're saying under rules will need to be changed.
Yeah, I can't take a PC-12 back into St Barts, bro. You gotta do 172 into this shit.
St Barts traffic, American 001, back taxiing 10.
Oh man, that was epic. That was almost, I think that was more epic than the day Zato took the MD-11 off at DCA. I think that was even more epic than then. That thing came in here hot. He probably had spoilers activated before he even touched down. Was holding, he had max auto brakes plus full max manual braking. He probably shut one engine down in the flare. Oh man, brakes on fire, right? You have to make this YouTube short. Somebody clip it. Somebody clip it. All right, once he gets off the runway, we'll go run our replays here. What is he doing?
Yeah, I think American should start commercial service here.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that. Not in that plane, they don't.
I mean, if they come in 2-8, maybe.
That thing is wider than the taxiway, bro. That 737 do not come into St. Barts. There ain't even room for you, homie. All right, guys, let's go ahead and
Seems legit.
all right, fellas, I appreciate you guys for flying along. We're gonna log off of VATSIM and go ahead and run a couple replays. It has been a blast, and I will see you guys on the next one. Appreciate y'all for tagging along. All right.
Had a good hanging out with you, Leah. It's been a minute.
Always, bro. Always welcome over here on the channel, on the streams. You guys make it all that much better for me, you know, as a streamer and flying along. You guys make my evening. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Drive safe out there on the road now.
All right, we'll do. All right, let's grab some replays here. Let's see what we were looking like. God damn it. Why does it... How do I close this cowling? I don't know how to close the cowling. Like I hit some click spot underneath here. Oh, man. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. All right, so let's just go ahead, full idle. Where are we? Full flaps. We'll get our lights and stuff back on right quick. And we'll go load. What was that, 1045? All right, it's gotta be this one. Let's see if we can.
500.
All right, so this is going to be, I think, the first go around here.
500.
I think my flaps are glitched out. All right, so we'll watch the first go around from here. Then we'll get one from the side of the hill. Don't mind the flaps. I think they're glitched out. That's what that clicking is. All right, let's see if I can position myself on the hill here. Try to see.
Don't sink.
No, you don't sink.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Oh my gosh, shut up. All right, let's get my camera controls up. All right, we'll watch. God damn it. Follow mode needs to be off. All right, hopefully my gear comes down and that's not glitched, which it look, oh no, there we go. All right.
500.
So yeah, we had a little crab coming in here the first time, trying to help. I think we were a little high too. Definitely a little high, I think. See, there's a flare and then the float. All right, let's adjust this drone speed. All right, let's see if we can fast forward it to our next approach here.
$500.
All right, that was the landing. I think I missed an approach. Let's see. All right, here we go. So this is the second one when we almost freaking smashed our tail here.
$500.
Yeah, we were a little squirrely on that one anyways. And we just fell out of the sky. There it is. See us falling? Oh boy. Dog, how close was that? Let's get on this side of the road. How close was that? Oh my worth. I did not expect it to be
500.
I did not expect it to be that daggone close. Where we at?
Don't sink.
No, you don't sink. Shut
Don't
up.
sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Oh my God, shut up.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Yeah, we was falling.
Don't sink. Don't sink.
Woo-hoo. Man. Oh my goodness. How lucky were we on that one? Like, damn, dog. That was a lucky break there. All right, let's see if we can get. All right, here we go. So here's the actual landing.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
And that one was a lot better. We did float a little bit, but I think we were a little patient with her. And then we just went into full freaking beta reverse. She's capable of it. All right, so let's ride on. Let's ride on board on this one.
Don't sink.
That flyby sound is love, yeah. I absolutely agree, bro. Imagine
Don't
if someone was standing there.
Don't
Hold
sink.
your hat, right.
Don't sink.
Clifton
sink.
and Jen and my
Don't
landing
sink.
Barts from your, okay,
Don't
roger
sink.
that, fire.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't
Appreciate
sink.
you, rock steady.
Don't sink. Don't.
Make sure y'all are in the Discord. Make sure y'all drop a like for the stream. Yes, I see we definitely floated it out there. All right, let's get one. Let's grab one from about here.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Oh, all of a sudden my damn webcam is frizzy. I told you it was gonna be some go-arounds. Now, Twin Otter, we nailed it on the first go. Twin Otter is a lot
500.
easier to land at this place than this thing. I still feel like we was a little high right here, but I think we did pretty good in comparison. See, I don't know how to avoid that freaking float right there, man. I think I could probably get a little slower. That's probably what the float is coming from, just the extra speed you're picking up going downhill like that. But I'm gonna have to definitely practice. All right. We'll let you enjoy the approach from here. One last time. And with that said, we'll cue the outro. As always, I appreciate each and every one of you for hanging out with us tonight. It has been a blast. 3 legs tonight. We did the daggone thing. And we're done at 10:55. Right on the 5-hour mark, just about. Couldn't have planned it better myself, y'all. So I'd like to thank y'all. Big ups. Let's review this tape. Let's review the tape afterwards. I know exactly what it is. All right, roger that, bro. Fires, appreciate you. Appreciate you for getting the 7-3 in here. Rock steady. Appreciate you for stopping by. Captain Smoke, big up to you, bro. Fires, big ups to you. Mr. Greg Hill stopped by. D-Champ was in the house. Who else did we have? Captain Smoke, can't forget about you. Captain Will says, what's poppin'? My G Spawner Salmon was here. Who else did we have? Drew Stone was in the house. Appreciate you for stopping by. Mr. Dre Sanchez was in the house. Who else did we have? Yusuf was here. Captain Dom, big ups to you. Rock City Strong, big ups to you, bro. New Mexico Flyer Robin. Big ups to you. And as always, I appreciate you guys for dropping by to hang with us tonight. We'll be back over the weekend, probably in the Learjet 35. And I will see you guys then. I'm not sure if it's going to be tomorrow, but either tomorrow evening or Sunday. So until then, take care of yourselves, guys. Have a good night. Green, I get up with you as soon as we sign off, and I check in with the lady. And I'll get up with you in a few moments, bro. Until then, y'all enjoy the rest of your night. Your boy Leo is signing off. See ya.
$500.
Oh, Highway Patrol, I didn't realize that was you, bro. Hey, appreciate you, homie. Appreciate you.